Welcome to the Uintah School Board work session. Today is Wednesday, April 10th, 2024. The meeting is being held at Eagleview Elementary at 301 North, 5750 East in Roosevelt, Utah. The meeting, present at this meeting is President Dave Shivers, Robin McClellan, Todd Massey, Denise Maynard, Superintendent Dr. Rick Woodford, and myself, Grant Stoddard, the Business Administrator. The time is 3:30 p.m.
Welcome everybody. We are glad to have you here. Our principal from Eagleview's here, and we appreciate them and having us over to use their building, and we're glad to be here tonight. So, was someone asked to say the prayer? Are any of you getting nervous? Todd Massey will offer our prayer for us then.
Our Father in heaven, we're thankful for the opportunity in which we have to be here this evening or this afternoon. We're grateful for the building that we have to meet in, for those that have prepped and cleaned it. We're grateful for the opportunity we have to serve and as a school board and work with the individuals we work with. We're grateful for their presence and for their time and effort into helping the kids in this district. We pray that we'll continue to make choices and decisions which will benefit them. We pray for those who are presenting this evening and for discussion that we have tonight, that we may also be led by thy guiding spirit in all things. Lead us again, we pray, in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Todd. Appreciate that. We're going to start off our work session with leadership governance. Dr. Rick Woodford, our superintendent, will lead us through it.
Okay, if board members, if you'll just open up policy 002.0730, it's the grievance procedure for allegations of discrimination. Did a quick review of this before our executive committee, and then just shared it briefly in executive committee. This policy, there's some sections in here that actually reference Title IX, and if you'll notice on this first sentence, it says a grievance, citizens may file a grievance concerning matters related to possible discrimination with the responsible employee as designated in section 86.8 of Title IX of the Education Amendment of 1972. This policy was created in 1985. So just to be responsible, we felt like we need to send this to policy committee and then help them with researching Title IX to see what changes to that amendment have happened since, at least since 1985, and make sure that our policy is compliant with Title IX. So with that, that's our recommendation. Unless there's any input from the board here tonight, we'll just send it through policy committee, have it come back to us on first reading. I don't know if they'll have that ready in a month, or might be 2 months, but give them time to work through it.
Board members, is that okay with everyone? Okay, thanks, Superintendent. Committee reports. Someone like to start us off on what's happening in their committees?
Start. We didn't have a meeting this last month, so I don't have anything.
Okay. Robin, are you ready?
Sure. Policy committee, I was MIA, so we'll talk more about policies, and Tanya was hoping she'd be here to report back. Foundations, just a reminder that there's Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader is tomorrow night at 6 o'clock at the district office, and which really benefits our teachers and students directly, because that foundation money goes right to them and their needs. And then just been doing the UB Tech thing. It's always good, and there's nothing really to report. They have their scholarship, also an auction Friday night for scholarships that our art auction. It's going to be really good. That will be at UB Tech if you're interested. Very fun event. But as far as, I think that's it. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Robin. Todd, do you have a report?
Sure, I'll keep it short simply because a lot of the stuff we'll talk about on the agenda, one of those things is SPED needs. Just one of my questions, and I think Dave's as well, is in our finance committee meeting was the funds to pay for those individuals and their reoccurring funds at the point we're at today. And so also some training. I think we've each been emailed or text about the need for training. I think some of us may have certificates, but I think Grant's going to give us email on a vector training, I believe, Grant, was what it was.
What is it? What training?
It's called Vector.
Oh,
And so it'll allow us to go in and do the trainings that are required, not only as a new board member, but as board members based on finance committee, as well as audit and other things, right, Grant? So, and then purchases over 50,000. We chatted pretty good about that. We'll cover that a little bit tonight, but it's also these items are already in the budget, and so do we need to reapprove those? We felt obviously not, that they're already approved, but it would be great to continue to have them for information. Grant, is that how you see that as well?
Yeah, so one comment with that is the discussion is that with the purchases over 50,000, our policy only requires it as an informational item. It's not a matter of approval, and so we just are making a little correction. We've moved it in the agenda to informational items rather than an actual approval, because the purchases, by the time they get to you, they've already been made, but it's to be able to let you know, and that way if you have further questions, you can ask them at this.
Great for that clarification, thank you. Other items on the agenda I won't cover as well, but budget changes, and I think this is a big one because, you know, we talk a little bit about, when Jason was here, we always tried to get as close as we could to exact. 1% I believe was the goal at that time, and when you look at 1% on a floating budget, it's really difficult because we oftentimes don't know what we're going to be getting, and then we have awards. We receive awards or grants and different things like that that either add to or take away. And so I think when we left the other night, our goal was to say, be conservative in your budgets and let's stay out of the red. And I think that's the key. That's all I have, President.
Okay, thank you. On facilities, there's not a ton to report. We got an open house coming up on the 17th for the Ag Building. The district office, the old district office, and the name of the other building has left me. The Mazer Training Center. They are demolished and done, so I don't believe we need to talk about them anymore. There's a little bit of divot where they was, but and we'll have to deal with that a little bit as we go along, but them buildings are taken care of. The new building is on track. It's been a fantastic winter to be building a new building, and so everything has went well with them. The money that we set aside for wintertime work, we haven't had to use a lot of that, and so everything's on track with that. Did I miss anything else in facilities that needs mentioned that I didn't think of?
I think that's a good report.
Okay. Tanya, you have anything that you want to add to reports?
No, I'm just glad you already got it covered.
Thank you. Okay, I'm dying to know, did you go to the other building?
No, I didn't. I
Okay.
just miscalculated a little bit.
Audit training is number 4 on the paper one. Grant, you was going to give a little bit of, Todd touched on it some. Would you finish that up, please?
Yes, thank you, President. So this actually applies to both item number 3 and 4 on the agenda regarding the Open Meetings Act training and the audit training. So what it is every year the board has to be trained, and you're all familiar with this, but the board has to be trained on the Open and Public Meetings Act. In the past, we've asked our attorney to come in and do a presentation on that, but it actually isn't necessary. There's a thing on the state auditor's website, a video that can be watched and a certificate that can be given that meets the requirements, and it's pretty short and sweet. Regarding the audit training, the state rule is that every board member, when they are first brought on, needs to have training on internal audits, and the state superintendent has created a video to be watched on that. And so with those, what we decided to do, and we discussed this in the executive committee, is rather than take the time, because the audit training one's a little bit longer, it's about a 37-minute video, but rather than take the time to watch them in here, we would just send them out to you in a vector training. So you will be getting an email that says, do the Open and Public Meetings Act training and then do the audit training. They're actually all just within one email. You'll just click into it, log in with your email address, and then you can go view the Open and Public Meetings Act training first and then go to the audit training. And then when you're done with those, you just click that you did it. It will send certification to us, and that way we'll be able to provide it to our auditor as evidence that it happened, because that's something that they will look for. So it'll be pretty straightforward. As we talked in executive committee, President Shivers said that the thing to encourage you is that we'll either be able to do it this way, or in the May board meeting we'll have to sit through all of them and watch it. So it's something that we have to do by the end of the year, so we figured this way you can each do it on your own and just take care of that. We won't have to spend the time here doing it.
Can I add, the audit training is 30 minutes. The Open Meetings Act is 7. So the discussion was, do we spend 37 minutes in board meeting, this meeting, doing that, or do we do it on our own? The catch is if one of us don't do it, then we got to sit through it in the board meeting. So I'll volunteer for Grant. We know Robin did.
Well,
I'm going to ask Robin to ding everybody that hasn't done it, because she gets after us for not doing this. So anyway, just being honest, after a couple of weeks, if you haven't done yours, I'm going to call in and remind you. And we've all got to do it. It's something that's just required by law. So, but that's better than 37 minutes in board meeting, correct?
yes.
Yes, Robin.
Can I just add to, and I don't know if we can combine these two, but on MBC, so for our professional development as board members on on our USBA website, we are required also to do the open meetings, school community council, and school finance every year. That's also required. So I don't know if we can dovetail, I don't know.
Is that a USBA requirement for?
It's a state requirement from what I understand,
Okay.
but maybe you should check into it.
Yeah, I can look into that, and then if those also need to be, we'll just
There's
link those
3
all together.
trainings every year we're supposed to do, and then there's additional if you want to get your MBC, but you don't have to do that. That's optional, but those 3 trainings, again, open meetings, school community councils, school finance, governmental. Anyway, so I don't know if that was, maybe that's completely separate, but it's not too, they're not too long either. They're on your own. You just have to have them done by December 1st. Just, I don't know, just FYI.
Me, personally, myself as a board member, if I'm going to sit down and tear into it, I'd just like to take care of all
Yes.
that we need to.
It's not bad.
Why I'm working at it, even if, because you don't have to completely finish, do you? If you do one, you can come back and work later on another one, and so let's get done whatever we need to. Superintendent?
And President, this question's for Robin. Maybe you know this, I don't know. If board members do it on the USBA platform,
Right.
then do they get credit toward their master board training if they do
Yes.
it on that platform?
I think they do, but those 3 things every year we're supposed to annually, I mean.
So that might be a good reason to not do it separate from that, right?
Well,
Not to have duplicate
Except the
effort.
audit, right?
The one I just need to double check on it, because the ones that I'm linking you to are the ones that the state superintendent and the Utah State Auditor have said. And so if they're different, I just would
Probably
want to make sure that they cover enough, because
Yeah.
the ones that I've been linking you to are the ones that in code are the ones that are
Yeah,
sufficient,
so
for sure. I mean,
not
USBA's
sure.
probably done its due diligence and made sure that it passes muster, but those are like the official ones,
Right.
and so, I'll just double check on it and make sure that we get
Yeah,
the right stuff so that you can all knock it out all at once.
yeah, Richard Stoll would have that info. I don't know.
Okay, any other comments from board members? Denise, I'm having a hard time seeing you tonight, so don't hesitate to holler at me. Okay. Policies for approval on first reading. Policy 009.0250, nutrition, physical wellness. Mindy Merrill, our support service director. I'm tongue-tied. First time in my life. Thank you, Mindy.
No problem. So we're bringing this policy to you. I've got Sherry Hardman here as well to help out. She and her team, every 3 years, they are required to review the policy and make any updates or changes to make sure we're following all current rules, laws, regulations in regards to school foods. So the changes that you'll see there, pretty minor, but mostly just to bring us up to date on the latest legislation that we've received.
I have a quick question. 2.3.1 is crossed off. Oh, never mind. It shows where it was moved.
You have a question, Robin?
I do.
Go ahead.
2.2.2, Mindy, and maybe Sherry can, and maybe the superintendent also. I want to just clarify, and maybe this has changed, but Utah State Board of Education rule says it allows for activities such as the alternative breakfast model to be counted toward the 990 hours of educational service requirement. Has the 990 hours been tweaked? I just want to know how we're meeting that.
So part of what has changed is that time can be included as part of the 990. It can be counted as instructional time.
Part of the what, sorry?
It can be included as part of our instructional time.
Or hybrid, is that what we're saying?
Just on any day, on any given day, a student can come in, and if they are here for late breakfast, then that is still instructional time. We don't have to subtract that from our 990 to provide breakfast to students.
Okay, so and Fridays, still. So just doesn't matter how many kids are there. That's just part of their instructional. Okay, I just want to make sure we're meeting that requirement because it says it right there. Okay.
That is a change, Robin, from the past, for sure.
990, 180, yeah.
So somewhere in legislation, I thought I understood that the smart snacks requirements were softening. Is that true, or do you know?
I'm gonna call Sherry up to.
They haven't been softened. Interesting.
Board members, any other questions? Thank you, Mindy. Sounds like we're good. Policy 002.0710, Board Convenience and District Administrative Committees. Dr. Rick Woodford will take us through that one.
board members, I did attach a memorandum, and if you look at the old policy, it was the one-liner, right? The board welcomes constructive criticism of the schools through whatever medium when it is motivated by a sincere desire to improve the quality of the educational program. That was it. So this was an opportunity then to bring in from our leadership governance piece, the board handbook, and to align this policy with how we go about committees, how we've been practicing it now for a few years. And when I talked to Robin, she brought up a good point in the board handbook. It makes reference to a couple of different types of committees, right? One would be the board-driven or the board-led committees, and those are addressed in this policy. It'd be the board policy committee, the board finance and budget committee, the board facilities committee, and the board audit committee, right? That's where board members actually lead out on those committees. And then we have district administrative committees that may include board members, right? I mean, we can't have a quorum, so that would be limited, but board members would participate on those committees, but wouldn't have a leadership position on those committees. And then the one Robin pointed out, in our handbook, we have one called affiliated committees. And the question was, why didn't we address it in policy? And the answer I gave Robin is that those committees, we have nothing to do with them, really. I mean, we're invited to have somebody sit on those committees, but we don't govern those committees at all. That'd be like UB Tech's committee, for instance, or maybe the Utah State Advisory Committee, which I sit on. And there's some other committees out there that we have board members that they participate in them, and we've included in our handbook just to make board members aware that you may be asked to represent the school district by sitting on some of those affiliated committees. But we didn't include them in the policy, and we certainly could if the board wanted us to, but it's hard to govern something that we don't govern, right? Any questions about the policy?
Right, I just wanted to thank you for the clarification, because I mean, I understand that role of that person, whoever sits on those committees, foundation, the affiliated, is to just bring back relevant information for the school board, not really correct. Am I interpreting that?
I think so, yeah.
Anything, or be the bridge to, they have questions for us, right?
Todd or Denise, are you okay with this?
Yeah.
Tanya, anything? Me and you's had an opportunity to see it, but anything else to add?
No, I think it looks great.
Okay.
And President, board members, I did tweak a little bit of the language for clarity. That we'll probably want to go back to the handbook now and make a few edits on that to align better with this wording. For instance, if you look at the definition, we have board governance committees, we have board advisory committees. That word doesn't really come up in our leadership governance framework, and so we'd want to add that piece to be clear that at any given time, our board leadership could establish advisory committees to come in and help with key decisions. Like, for instance, when we had the conversation about semesters versus trimesters, or having a virtual Friday day versus an in-person learning. When we're hit with those really challenging decisions, it would be appropriate for the board to say, we'd like to form an advisory committee to get more information on this, and this policy allows, it provides a nice avenue for that to happen.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent.
Yep.
Policy 003.0915, Educational Language Services. Jaime Leyva, our Curriculum Director, will take us through that one.
Good evening. It's on. So this is a new policy. It's really stems from HB 302, where we are required to have a policy regarding language services. As you look at the policy, the language in the policy is pretty much verbatim from the House bill on what is required, from the interpreting services to translator services. We did take this to the policy. We had a few revisions to the policy committee, but it's a pretty straightforward policy that I thought it was best just to use the information right from the House bill.
Jaime, that
Yes.
one word in 2.1, can you pronounce that? Contemporaneous?
In 2.1,
I can't pronounce it, and I don't know what it means.
interpretation means the assistance of an individual or technology to facilitate contemporaneous verbal communication between a speaker of English and a speaker of another language. I think it's like on the moment, like right now.
Yeah, and that's why technology, when I read that, technology plays a huge part in that today. I think that's a lot of that. I was glad to see that technology's in there, because really you can get translate items on your phones now that really work good if you speak clearly.
And there are some, like with the IEP process, there are certain processes that we need to guarantee that we're getting the language correct. It's just hard to have just by the luck of the draw, somebody happens to be in the building that we can have translating. Now, typically it's Spanish speaking, but it's not always Spanish speaking. We know that, and we have to be ready to. Really, the heart of this is to make sure when the parents register for school, they're aware of the resources available to them, and it's something that we need. It's something we need to do a better job of.
Yeah.
So,
President, sorry, I've got just a quick question on 3.0. When it comes to interpreter services, is that something we budgeted for? Is there a demand for that? And what are we looking at on that? I'm just kind of, because it gives quite a list of things that we should be available for.
Well, there's some processes that we still need to work through. We do have an interpreting service right now. My gosh, like we use a technology where you can call in any language, and we do pay for that right now out of an ESL budget. So we already have one right now, but once this policy is enacted, we're going to have to step up and provide more services. I don't know what that looks like just yet.
Yeah, I don't need, because it's one thing in spoken, but when it's written communications, that interpretation or that changing, that is a little
we do
complicated.
both, so we
You
do
do both
have
of them.
and we will translate. Now it gets expensive when you start translating documents.
That's why.
But it is part of the service that we already
Are providing.
provided. But with this new policy or this new HB 302, I would imagine there'll be more. The competition will increase for our money, which hopefully we get a better product in the end, in a less expensive product.
It's a good point. Thank you.
I think, if I'm correct, 3.1 it still allows for kind of impromptu things, as it says, so like if someone just comes in on the fly and needs help and you don't necessarily have a trained interpreter, or because it says it may, so maybe you can grab a family member or someone to help still? Yes?
Yeah, it's maybe certified and where possible, so there's got to be
Okay.
this a reasonable aspect applied to this. We can do the best job we can, but if it's on the moment and it's somebody, if we don't have Mandarin Chinese and somebody to speak that language, it makes it a little tough. So
I like how that's worded. I feel like it's says we'll provide it and we're gonna do all these things, but it leaves a little flexibility that we can
Right.
still function.
President, I wonder that where possible kind of makes me a little bit nervous. Well, it's always possible. You might have to pay a great fee to get somebody here that knows Mandarin Chinese and has experience in math, right? I wonder if we need to say when feasible on that piece, and maybe the statute is the hang up there. I don't know, Jaime, but
I'm looking at the statute right now. I'd have to look. I don't know if I'm not even sure if that's an option. It says the policy shall provide guidance on the appropriate use of an interpreter or recommended interpreter qualifications, including certification or education-specific experience for the following. It's a good point, Superintendent. I'll have to take a look to see if we even have that option. It may not be that flexible.
yeah.
We took this policy, the heart of the policy is from HB 302, but I believe Jordan School District has this policy approved, and we, instead of reinventing the wheel, we used Jordan's policy as a model policy, and that sentence may have been added, and I'm not sure if that's okay.
Will you find out for us, Jaime, so
yes,
we don't want to get our hands handcuffed
Sure.
somewhere along the line, something that we possibly might not be able to take care of.
Thank you.
Anything else? Board members, anything else? Thank you, Jaime. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're ready to move to item number B, policies for approval on second reading. Policy 0020500, administrative regulations and procedures. Superintendent Woodford will take that one.
All right, well, we are plowing through our leadership governance policy section, aren't we? We're getting a lot done. It's great. I know we set aside at the beginning of the year 10 policies we wanted to review, and we're getting to the end of that list now. So sure appreciate your patience as a board, and also, you know, the input on these policies as we strive to make them better. You can see since the last reading, seems like everything that I've asked or had input from Grant on, he always takes my and ors and he changes it to or. And it reads so much better. I'm an and or guy, but I think he's right. And so what I did here is I went through, even without his prompting, and I changed it to and. I think it reads better, and I think everyone knows what it means, but that's really the only changes since first reading on this. So I don't know if you have any questions, but.
Board members?
I'm trying to understand 3.0.
Which one? We had this discussion last time.
Oh,
Yeah.
It is
we
just,
did?
I never come up with a better way to write that either,
Well,
so. good
because
good
when I
catch,
read
Tanya.
it this time, it almost sounds like it's saying something I don't think it means to say. Because it sounds like it's saying that if we have some procedure embedded in our policy, we absolutely will, we automatically authorize the administration to change it. The board must authorize changes in associated administrative regulations and procedures through the policy revision process. Well, I guess someone has it saying we have to be the ones to do it, but it almost sounds like saying we have to go through that process.
Can I give an example, a practical one that I've just seen recently? So, and it's fitting because we'll be having our impact aid meeting. I've been reviewing our impact aid policy, and it contains a lot of procedure, and that's largely by design because the federal regulations require that, so it'll have a general policy statement, but then it will have procedures in there as well. Like, for instance, we'll be talking about making sure that annually there's an assessment of equal participation in programs, like to see the extent to which that equal protection is happening. And so the procedure is baked into that policy. And what I understand 3.0 to be saying is that when there's a procedure baked into a policy, the only way you're going to change that procedure is when the board does it. Rather than, you know, with other procedures, we can make those changes unilaterally. We can do that without board approval, but when it comes to procedures that are baked into policy, it has to get board approval first.
So when I read it, my assumption was that is what you intended to say, but that is not what it says. Because it could, or at least could be interpreted to say that we must go back to the process and change it. Not that we can, that's the only way to change it, but that we have to change it through that process. Does that make sense?
And it does. I could see potential improvements in the language of it. For instance, it could say if such procedures need to be changed, the board must authorize those changes in the first place.
I think maybe if it said
We can fix that.
if changes are needed, or well, I don't know. It just needs to make it clear that we're not required to make those changes, that it's up to the board.
Yeah, I think we can, let me work on that
Yeah.
before the business meeting. Okay? I think we can fix that.
Yeah, somehow it would say the board, instead of must, the board can or will authorize change. I don't know. Yeah, I looked at it last time and I just couldn't come up with anything either.
It would
Okay,
require action by the board to change it. Maybe that would be.
Let me work on that, and we'll have a little discussion before it comes up for approval during the, at that point in time, we can revisit it and take a look at that, because I think that's an easy change.
Okay, thank you.
Now, Grant, he's took a lot of oars out, but he added one in. Did you see that?
I did.
On 2.0, are you going to let him get away with that?
That's my question for you, board members. Is are you going to keep him as a policy?
He's getting wise to us. We like to tease him a little bit, but we do it out of love because we've really appreciated having the law side of Grant pops out, and that's really helped us in lots of situations. But that doesn't mean that we're not going to give him a bad time about it. Okay, are you okay with that, board members? We'll move forward? Okay, thank you. Item number 3, items requiring future board action. We're going to start out with minutes. Grant, VA, will you take that, please?
Yes, President. So the minutes for the March 6th the work session and the business meeting have been circulated to you as board members. We did receive requests to make 2 changes to the work session minutes. The business meeting haven't been changed. We made those changes, recirculated and let you know, sent out a comparison document. That comparison document is also attached in the administrative content, and if there are questions about that or further additions or changes that need to be made, just let us know.
Board members, any additional corrections to the minutes? They say there is none. Grant, thank you. Next item, contracts needing board approval, and that is also our business administrator, Grant.
Okay, we've got quite a bit of information here, so buckle up. Basically, I think the easiest way to break down all of the things that we're talking about here is we're doing a couple of things with this right now. The board has a couple of things to consider right now. So our purchasing policy requires us to get approval when we are proposing to enter into an agreement that will commit public funds for more than 1 year. So there are several agreements that have been negotiated by district personnel, largely curriculum contracts for AVEC, that will be multi-year contracts. And so we've got 3 of them that we are asking the board to consider approving, and we can go into detail in discussing them. Each, the memorandum kind of lays out what they are and what the cost will be and the justifications for it. There's another multi-year contract that is a replacement master electric service and facilities improvements agreement with Rocky Mountain Power. So you'll remember back in June 2023, the board approved an agreement to build some more infrastructure at our bus barn. And in that agreement, there was a provision about we would continue to use their services for the next 15 years. That agreement is in force because the board approved it and we signed it and entered into it. But what has happened since is that as we have been building the infrastructure for the electric chargers in the bus garage, and as we put them underground instead of going overhead, which was a discussion point at one time, Rocky Mountain Power has estimated that the cost of the improvements will actually be a little bit more. You'll see in the memorandum it talks about it'll be about $8,200 more that the district will need to pick up to cover that. Other than that, the agreement is virtually the same as what the board approved. So the 15-year commitment, all of that, it stays the same. It's really an agreement at this point that just deals with the increased costs. Otherwise, it's virtually the same as what the board's already approved. And then so the multi-year contracts, those 4 are ones we're recommending that the board approve. And then there is an agreement that we will be discussing in closed session that the board would need to approve. That's a real estate purchase contract, and we'll be discussing it in closed session, and the board will have a chance to either approve or disapprove or say, no, we don't want to move forward with that agreement. But at this time, we're not going to spend time discussing the contents of that.
Okay, Grant, can we kind of split them up? First of all, board members, is there any questions about the AVEC curriculum contracts?
Can we just clarify, the Renaissance Math, Star Math, is it like for 5 years? Is it the pure,
Tanya?
can we just clarify?
Sure.
Time frame?
Yeah, so AVEC is wanting to acquire 3 different curriculum packages. The first is that Star Math and Star Reading through Renaissance, and it's one that would be a 5-year agreement, but it would yield lower costs per unit of things ordered than what they would be for a year only, a year by year. The Pearson agreement would be for a curriculum called Grad Point that the AVEC has been using since 2020, and it would be a 2-year agreement. And the totals are there. And then the Edmentum, the little thing about clarification there is that the Edmentum has provided us with a quote that was technically expired, and so we were in the process of trying to get them to give us a finalized quote that shows whether those prices are going to change. It would be a 3-year agreement that would allow us to have this curriculum for those years at prices that were significantly lower than the competitor's quote that we obtained. And with that one, if the board approves it tonight, what we will do is we will go to Edmentum and say, we're ready to enter into this agreement with you. at this price, and if Edmentum says, well, actually the prices have increased, we'll bring it back to you in May for further consideration, because that's one, we tried to have the updated information for you, which we just weren't able to get it in time for tonight's board meeting.
Thank you. And
Does
this
that answer those?
Yeah, that does. And ABEC, this is what they want. This is what they vetted there. This is.
Yeah, as you can see, so the Renaissance Star Math and Star Reading is a backbone one that they've used since 2015. The Pearson Grad Point is one that they've used for the past 4 years. Edmentum's a newer one, but it is their adult education program that helps with the GED, and it meshes well with the others, and so they feel comfortable with that. As it notes, those ones will all be paid for with a CSI grant, and so as funds are there for it. It's not something that will affect us or have negative budget and financial implications, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Thank you. Can I ask one more question?
Yeah, you bet.
Grant, I didn't give you a heads up on this, but just when we say so next to the next one, to the Rocky Mountain Power, we're saying approximately the cost of putting it underground is going to be, the power line's $8,200. When we say approximately, are we like, what's the?
So, hang on, let me pull it up.
Below.
I used approximately because there are, in the number 8,200, there were like 3, 4 after the 2, and rather than write out the specific number, I just rounded it to the 8,200.
Oh, okay.
I can give you the exact.
I just don't want them to have to, I don't want them to come back again and say, it's going to cost you more.
No. The approximately was
Okay.
my commentary on
Okay.
it. They've given us a precise figure in that
okay.
agreement, and
I
we
got
know exactly how much it's going to be. It's 8,200 and change.
Okay.
And
Grant, that's kind of like Andor, but
I need to be more precise. Okay.
no.
Noted.
We don't.
Okay.
We don't. We're just giving you trouble. Board members, other question, Todd?
I always like this 15-year agreement, and I understand that, but it does lock us into their power, their source, when there could be alternative sources, but also, I guess, could you counteroffer and say, as long as you don't raise your rates for 15 years, where you agree?
So that could be possible, but remember, we're already in this agreement for 15 years. So that's all said and done. At this point, nothing's changing with this. It's just a matter of, we'll be continuing what has already been agreed to.
Yeah, I'm just worried, a world of alternative power coming is, and their source could change as well, so.
Yeah, at this point, it's one of those, in hindsight, had we not already entered into that would have been best thing to be doing last June.
Yeah.
But at this point, it's kind of.
You're just saying I should have brought this up a few months ago.
Well, and I should have known what I was doing,
That's all right.
30 days into my job.
We're good, Grant.
Did you have a question, Tanya?
No.
Denise?
That's good.
Todd, no, you're fine.
Sorry, sidebar.
We don't
Yeah.
want to move until
Yeah, no,
everybody.
No,
we're
it
good.
had nothing to do
We're
with
good.
it.
It's just really hard to lock somebody into a 15-year contract. It just, we're pretty stable as a school district. Somebody else is really tough. And I see when they invest that kind of money into it, they really need to get their investment back, because a lot of that grant, I think the key is they didn't charge us a lot to do a lot of that. So, or cost. We didn't pay cost.
Yeah, we're paying I think I mentioned this to you in other conversations, that it's a less than 15% of what the cost to do all of this. We're paying just pennies on the dollar.
So it's still a good deal for us either way you look at it. So that's all we were saying over here.
And the way it works is that for those 15 years, we'll be paying the rates that are approved. I mean, they can, those could raise and increase, but they'll be kept at the rates that are, that are regulated by the state and
Right.
so on.
Yeah, we're safe.
Everybody okay now? Okay. Thank you, Grant. Earth System Curriculum Adoption. Jaime Leyva is going to take us through that one.
Okay, so this is the second time. This is last month. This was for an informational item. This is the second consecutive board meeting which we're required to have two open meetings when adopting a new curriculum. And I believe by our policy, it's anything language, arts, math, or science would be board adopted. So this is Earth Systems for the high school. I know Becca Jones, and she'll be here later. She did explain some of the processes that they used to go through the adoption. It was very thorough. I did ask her if, so on the website, we do have an email section where if anybody has questions about the curriculum, they could email. And as of just 15 minutes ago, there had been no emails to Becca regarding the curriculum from anybody outside the organization. I believe I did talk to her about reaching out to you to get access to the curriculum to make sure that it was easy for you to have access, and hopefully you've had a chance to preview the curriculum. You can see the quote there in front of you, which is pretty much a bargain for 5 years worth of materials for the high school.
Yeah, so the link to the adoption plan, is that something you have to be on school, or maybe it's, I just couldn't open that, that's why I was.
Would it not open?
Oh, this one.
Mine did.
Did yours open?
Earth side.
Becca sent to us
Yeah.
or something else?
No, this one. Is
Oh,
this?
no, I didn't look at this, sorry.
Open this now.
Yeah, try open. Give it a
Oh,
sec.
there, it's coming up, sorry.
It's the process part.
Okay. And with that process, you can see the timeline that we used. Started back in September 19th up until today. You can see where we are in the process.
The next thing. Oh, I see.
Did everyone get it opened?
So Jaime, back in the day, it's now called Earth and Space Systems. This is basically the basic science class, right? As I understand it, and then we have biology, chem, physics too.
I don't know the exact wording for the class.
Oh, okay,
And it might just be the name
high
of
school
the
science, pretty much.
science, right? And it's not really necessarily one grade. If a student fails or because of scheduling can't take it during that certain grade, I think it's open probably to any grade.
It's
But-
not, they can choose between the science classes, though it's not required that they take this one, correct?
I think for grad, don't they have to have 2 graduation requirements? 2 science
Yeah,
credits?
they can choose which one.
They can choose.
Right.
Yeah.
But I know it's something the high school, Principal Nurden and her staff have been pushing to get a more guaranteed curriculum. They have a few, from my perspectives, they do have a biology curriculum, and this will be at least the third in 3 years, I believe, that we'd have a more guaranteed curriculum for the students.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll probably take a lot of darts for this, but first I want to explain, I'm only explaining why I'm going to vote the way I am, and I'm not trying to stop this from happening. I have kind of looked into this a little bit, and I know that as a state we're required to teach climate change. that's just part of the state standards. And I understand that, and I know that that means that we have to provide that curriculum, and that's what everyone has gone to a lot of work to do, and I completely understand that, and I'm not trying to cause problems for everyone and all of their hard work. But for me and my integrity, I am going to vote against it. I'm not trying to convince anyone else to vote against it because I do understand. But just as for my own integrity, I just disagree with teaching climate change in the way that we do. Not that I disagree with teaching our students that we can affect the climate by our behavior, because we can. But so I'll give you an example of just, this is just my own personal beliefs. I'm not, anyway. So for example, one year my third grader brought home a science leaflet that was talking about how sunscreen can kill coral reef. Certain kinds of sunscreen, the ingredients can, if you're swimming in the ocean, then there's a lot of people using that sunscreen that can kill some of the coral reef, right? So as I looked through this leaflet, there was no balance in that discussion. And what I mean by balance is my daughter came home terrified to ever wear sunscreen ever again. And my daughter is so fair, she burns in about 5 minutes, and she's allergic to most sunscreens. There's only a few she can even use. And so there was no discussion about the complexity of that. In what I'm saying is there was no discussion about skin cancer and why we use sunscreen, and maybe you don't live by the ocean. You know, there's complexity to everything that we teach, and I just disagree with, I feel like we need to teach. We live in a community where we're largely, our entire economy is based on agriculture, and it's based on the oil field. And to only teach the environmental implications without the implications on our economy when we pass environmental policies is not teaching the complexity of the decisions that we're making. And so for that reason, for me personally and my integrity, I'm going to vote against it, even though I haven't tried to convince anyone else to do that, and I understand the situation clearly that we have to pass we have to buy a curriculum and teach the state standards, and but that's just my own personal thing that I'm going to do. So.
And I don't know to what depth the standards go to with that. I mean, we'd have to get the science teachers up here to answer that question, but okay, I see that.
Board members, other questions, concerns? Todd, are you okay?
I'm good, yeah.
Thank you, Jaime, appreciate you.
Thank you.
2024-2025 District Improvement Plan, Superintendent Woodford will take that one.
Okay, board members, if you'll just open the actual, I didn't put the improvement plan with the memo because it's so long, so if you'll just open up the improvement plan. In the memo, I explain what I'm about to say, but I think it's just a good reminder, even though you've probably already read through it. Last year's improvement, well, this current year's improvement plan, we had two main goals, right? We had an academic goal, a learning goal, student learning goal, then we had a culture goal. And based on circumstances that happened throughout the school year, we found ourselves hyper-focused on the learning goal. And then at some point we made a decision to, that we would put a hold on the culture goal for the remainder of the school year, about mid-year. And as we then started getting feedback and looking at this coming year's plan, we really liked the idea as a district that we really had a good solid focus on student learning and want to continue that with our instructional framework, the tree evaluation system, our 6-week cycle. We'd like to continue that process because we feel like we're making some headway, and we certainly don't want to change course before we really get good at this stuff, right, that we're doing for teaching and learning and instruction. And then the second issue is and this really was my feeling is, sometimes from my spot as a superintendent, I get to see things from just a slightly different vantage point, right? because I interact with all the principals and have the opportunity to be in a number of different schools and settings. And I really felt like this concept or idea of continuous improvement, it's something that's in our strategic plan. It's one of our 2 goals in our strategic plan, is for us to have a bona fide system for continuous improvement and growth. And that's not something that we should just encourage and push at the district level. We should also encourage and really, we want our schools to go through that same process, right? And not just rely on the district improvement plan, right? The district goals. So what we're proposing for next school year is that we still have the district-driven goal on student learning, but then that's it. Like, we allow schools to come up with additional goals, whether it's 1 or 2 additional goals. We want them to, through the continuous improvement process, to analyze their data, work with their school improvement teams and their community councils, then to come up with their own unique goal that's uniquely suited for what the needs of their school might be based on that data. So it provides a little autonomy for schools, right? And it allows schools to work on meeting some of their unique needs, knowing that student learning goal, we're still going to have the continuity throughout our district with the one goal, right? That's what will keep us bound together tightly. But then our district improvement goal, the second one, if you look at it, it's simply to support the schools in the implementation of their continuous plan. So that would be our goal. And if you look at the lead measures, they all, it's very systematic in how we would go about doing that, providing both support and accountability through supervision. We would be supporting the schools in that continuous improvement process, both for the district goal and their own unique goal. So it's a little bit of a change up, right? If we think culture is important, well, the culture of giving schools a little autonomy and helping them with that continuous improvement process, I think there's a lot to be said for how that can impact culture in our district as well. So that's kind of the plan and what we're thinking. This has been vetted through our directors. I presented it to our principals at a DLM and also to our association reps. So the Teachers Association, they were able to give some feedback on it. And this is where we've landed. This is what we're proposing. The board can approve this tonight, and then we can move forward. I want to also just make sure that I'm clear on this one point. This is a working document. So even after the board approves it, there's a good chance we're going to make some changes, because that's part of the continuous process. If we get into this and things aren't working or going well, we're going to make adjustments and changes to be effective, right? We don't want the idea that it's set in stone and we can't make adjustments. So having said that, likewise, if there's things the board wants to add or see in this, we're open to listening to what you might have, and we can certainly make adjustments along the way. Any questions about the plan? And I'm curious, do you like that idea of giving some of this back to the schools?
I like making it, I like the cookie cutter that this is what we're going to do, but I also like it, everything can't be the same. So I like the identity of it. That each school gets to focus on what their problem is, because they're not all the same. So no, I like it.
Yeah, I agree. One size doesn't fit all, and they all have unique challenges, and they at their building administratively, and they know the very best how to approach those challenges and problem solve. So I like it. I liked it when I saw it. Yeah. As a fan, I'm a fan.
Superintendent, I also like the idea that this is a working document. I think if you don't consider it a working document that you can make changes to, then we cripple ourselves or tie our hands if we can't make adjustments as we go along. I think that's a very important component.
Right. And you saw an example, if you look through the memorandum, of why we had to make adjustments last year, right? And in hindsight, it's good that we did and that we had that real focus on learning, because we're seeing some continuity now in the district as a result of that maybe we wouldn't have seen otherwise. So we're pretty excited about some of the things we're seeing when we go classroom to classroom in our district. And not that we've arrived, we're going to get better at those things over the next few years, but it's good to see some continuity.
Anything else, board members? Okay.
And just last thing, President, if you take out our strategic plan and you look at it, and it's been a few years since we, the board finalized that strategic plan, you're still going to see some real direct correlations and connections and alignment between this and that strategic plan. So we're staying the course that the board set for us, and at some point we'll probably need to have a work session and go and really roll up our sleeves and go back through the strategic plan. But I like that we've been patient, and again, we're going in the direction that the board set, and we're starting to see the fruits of that in our student performance. So thank you for being patient, but also for allowing us to stay the course. It's been good.
Okay. Thank you, Superintendent. PBIS plans. Mindy Merrill will take us through that.
Thanks, President. So admittedly, I'm really glad the principals are here to help me out with this one. This is one that has fallen to Student Services Director, and realized that we need to have you vote on these. And so the good news about this is it's legislated that you need to vote on these every year. But the great news is when I reached out to principals, it was not a surprise. I said, can you send me your PBIS plans and what you're planning on doing with? They each get $1,000 to implement PBIS, positive behavior intervention systems. And all of them responded right away, sent the plans to me, and had already done the work. So they weren't creating things. These are things were already implemented in their schools that they've been using all year. So with this, we just need to have your approval, and if you want to go through all 51 pages, you're welcome to. Otherwise, if you have specific questions, I'll probably defer to the administrators who are in the room.
So as a whole, have any of these plans changed over the years?
There's your answer.
So are we seeing an effect by those changes? In a positive?
You've got some thumbs up in the back, if you can't see that.
Getting lots of thumbs up out there, Todd.
Great. You hear a lot of concerns with parents, especially with electronic cigarettes, that, the vaping, and students, I guess, have told on us that says we're monitoring whether they vape in the restrooms or whatever. So there's a good fear out there, I guess. That's a positive in my opinion. But it's a deterrent. But also I was sent something the other day that said, and I don't know if it's the schools in the state of Utah, but it said 70% of the students are vaping. And I really wonder if that's I don't know if that's accurate or not. Are we seeing that in high school level?
We're seeing a fair amount of vaping. Have we collected those numbers? No, we have not, but we could. And with this funding, what's interesting, this funding used to be nicotine prevention funding years ago, and then
paid for by those individuals.
And now it's kind of shifted because they have learned that it's better, instead of no, like let's reward good behavior. Let's really try to encourage that. And so the funding, even though it initially started as nicotine prevention funding, it really has moved to positive behavior intervention systems, which is when you go into any of the schools. In fact, I was at Aaron at Vernal Middle School on Monday And the end of the day, the kids were bringing their pride cards in and getting prizes and they were hyped up and doing good things. So when teachers can reward positive behavior that they see from students in the classrooms, they find that to be a more effective measure to deter some of these at-risk behaviors.
So how is that funded?
The state gives each school $1,000 to pay for some of those.
So you said earlier, is there any other funding? Does this board, if we say we'd like to see that doubled or tripled or whatever, have we ever thought about that, or is that a process, or we ever been requested for more money to help with that prevention?
To my knowledge,
maybe at Discovery Elementary they don't need it, but maybe at the high school they need 5 times that. I don't know.
To my knowledge, they have not requested it. I'm sure they wouldn't say no to more money. Like I say, I just picked this up this last month, so I don't have a lot of history in this program, admittedly. But I'm sure they wouldn't say no to more incentives.
We're seeing this. Well, I'm just curious. I mean, it's something that, prevention at that age, and I'm not dishing on grade school, because in all reality, that's where the prevention should start. And it's like anything else, but at what point do you?
I do know the majority of them don't just use the $1,000. I believe that a lot of them build into their TSSA and their school trust land plans to have some of that available. Yep, I'm getting lots of nods.
Great, thank you for that. That's all I have, thanks.
Board members, other questions for Mindy? Good. Thank you, Mindy. Appreciate it. Don't run off. You know you're next. You know you're up next. Okay. Foreign exchange students.
This is another new one to me. So when you ask hard questions, I may have to say I'll get back with you. So another thing that requires board action every year is the approval of foreign exchange students in our district. These are funded by the state of Utah. They give us an allocated amount every year. They give us the WPU value for those foreign exchange students. As I look through historically, because again, this is new to me, we typically have received around 8 positions, so that's what I requested from the state again this year, and we were granted up to 8 positions next year. I'm still working with, I think typically we've gone through 2 major companies. One I've already made contact in receiving information, and then the other one I'll make contact over the summer. All that you're doing tonight is approving up to 8 positions for us to receive funding from the state to support up to 8 foreign exchange students for the 24-25 school year.
So question from earlier discussion. The language that these 8 could speak could create a cost or an expense to the school, correct?
Actually, most of them have to show proficiency in English before
I was going to ask that question. I'm glad you answered it. So,
yep.
Yeah, just to clarify, these aren't kids that are immigrating here. These are kids that live in foreign countries. They come here and they go home.
And they go home.
They go home, yeah.
They're here to get an education, but they have to demonstrate a certain level of English proficiency before they're allowed to come.
all right. Just documentation and all of that doesn't.
These companies vet them pretty well. The one company I already have, I don't know, 20, 30 pages on each applicant.
All right, awesome. Just
Showing,
curious, because that's a new law coming in, and I just was curious how
not
that
just
affects
English,
us.
but academic proficiency, that they're good kids. They're a fun little group. I know Robin's hosted one. They're always excited about football games and prom and things that they see on TV that they want to be a part of. And it's a good experience for our students to get to know other cultures as well.
For me, for in the future, and we have students that participate in foreign exchange programs that go there, correct? I'd like to, is it possible for we have a million celebrations and we can only do so many, but I'd like for the board personally, myself, to be a little bit more involved in, if we could have one of them report a year, one of ours that went, and one that, I think it'd be a good educational thing and an interesting thing for me. Think about that a little bit for the future. There's not a question in there, just a comment.
Absolutely. I'll put it on my to-do list, President.
Anything else, board members, superintendent? Thank you, Mindy. Proposed flexible allocation expenditures. BA Grant Stoddard will take that one.
I feel like tonight one of my tasks is to re-embody the history teacher that I was. You know, that was, as I was writing some of these memos, I realized like that history teacher in me came out, because it's like I always want to give you the history here. So, but this one, I think, if you'll permit me, some background and reminders of context will be helpful in discussing this. So, at the end of last budget season, the business department learned that it would be and this was right as I was starting, and so it was stuff I've learned about along the way, but business department learned that it would be receiving nearly $3.2 million in what were called flexible allocation funds. Because we learned about this so late in the game, it was something that these funds were put in a flexible allocation program, and it wasn't specific. They weren't specifically appropriated for various uses. It was just a discretionary pot of money, essentially. And what happened was at that time, superintendent committed to working with the board and communicating with the board what the uses would be throughout the year, so that it wouldn't be just we had $3.2 million of slush money to just do whatever we wanted to and all of that, so that it would be spent wisely. And so over the course of the year, there have been some specific things that have been communicated in various committee meetings about what it's being used for. So for example, there were, with the giving of this money by the state, there was also the taking away of certain funds in things like our media, library media, and our school nurse programs. Funding we used to receive, the state said, those need to just be covered out. If the district wants to cover those things still, it's just going to have to use the extra money that's been put into this flex program to cover it. So we opted over the course of this year. There have been keeping those programs afloat, because there is a portion of that money that is designed to pay for that. But what we've done is, and these largely, this 3.2 is largely one-time funding. So it's not something that we have ongoing. We could use to really say we're going to continue to pay, raise salaries and all of that, so that we could have that with negotiations as a firm thing. But what we started looking at recently as in the business department was how much of that remained, and coupled with some unanticipated income or property tax income or revenue that we'll be receiving, we were looking at potentially significantly adding to the fund balance unless we took steps to actually spend some of this money and come up with some higher ticket, rather than just spending a couple $1,000s on the nursing budget or on the media. So it was like, let's come up with some higher ticket proposals for these funds that would be effective and helpful in promoting learning and building rapport and sorry, the words are escaping me at the moment, but doing well by our employees and so on. And so what we've done is this has been discussed between the directors that are in the business department, the directors, superintendent, the finance committee. Many have had the opportunity to look at various proposals and brainstorm ideas on how this can be used, so it's not just where we have to spend our money, but using it in ways that make sense. And so we're bringing before you tonight 2 proposals for how to use a good chunk of the money that we have in this flexible allocation program. The first is to, you'll remember that in last year's negotiations, it was agreed that the district would be paying a one-time 1% stipend in May to all of its employees, and that would be coming in May. at the time, and I wasn't there, this is all just things that I've heard from the people like Superintendent and Kim Barnhurst, who were actually in the negotiation meetings and have explained this to me, but at the time, there was a big concern that we were going to lose a significant amount of money. So we were going to lose to the tune of almost $1.9 million in funding. And so in the negotiation process, it was stated, we're not comfortable doing more than this 1% one-time stipend because we're going to be losing a considerable amount. Well, that ended up, you know, the way that the state works in its funding scheme is a balancing act, and that was actually something in the legislative session when people had been hoping would be addressed and fixed to make it just a little bit more consistent and more predictable, but it didn't happen. So we might face this game in the next few months as well, where we're saying, well, our forecasts and projections say we're not going to actually get this money, and then the state flips it around and says, nope, we're taking this, or we're giving this. And so anyway, what happened was the fear that a lot was going to be lost led to kind of a conservative approach when it came to an additional stipend or raises and things in that negotiation. And the conservative approach was wise at the time, but then it turned out we didn't have as much lost, and we ended up getting more in this flexible allocation money. And so what the idea was is we could use we could basically say, you know, we played it conservative, and then we found out that we didn't need to be quite as conservative and can pay an additional 1% one-time stipend on this. I feel like I'm maybe poorly articulating this. Basically, the first proposal would be to, in addition to the 1% one-time stipend, make it a one-time 2% stipend. Does that make sense? And doing that because we want to show that, like, we can respond to this unpredictability and do the right thing by our employees when it turns out that we weren't quite right in the approach we took. The second proposal would be to use this flexible allocation funds, as we've talked in recent board meetings about the ViewSonic view boards that are being installed in the classrooms, and what a significant difference they made. In fact, I remember Superintendent recently saying that this may be one of the biggest impact items in the classroom in many years. I don't know if you want to speak more to that, but I feel like that was something you'd said in the past.
Yeah, the view boards, because they're touch screens and they're also interfaced with the computer, not only is it really impactful that all kids can see, and you know, a lot of classrooms when you have projectors, they're not as bright. If you're at the back of the room, the font might be small. It's really hard for kids to see, but the view boards, we found that you can see them from the back of the room, the back corners of the room. All kids can see, and teachers can stay in the front of their class without having to go to the corner where their computer is to adjust things that are on the screen. So I think it's making instruction more efficient, less wasted time, and then for the ability for kids to see and interact with the content, it's pretty neat, right? It's your whiteboard, it's your projector screen, it's everything right there, and we have gained such an appreciation as an administrative team for this. We really feel like it's a really good use of funds to just get the job done and get them in all. We're so close, and this way we with another 175,000, we can actually get view boards in all of our classrooms and get the job done.
Yes, thank you. So again, proposal one, pay an additional 1% one-time stipend to all employees this May. The second proposal is to use it's likely to be at least the $175,000 to purchase enough view boards to put them in every classroom in the district. We've got some estimates as to what that might cost to do it in the remaining classrooms that don't have them, and it's a little less than $475,000. And the current plan is to use ESSER money that has to be used this year, or it gets lost. It was the federal ESSER money to cover the bulk of that. But as Jaime is going to be discussing in a little bit, there might be some of that needs to be used elsewhere that might lead to us using a little bit more than the $175,000 to cover the cost of these view boards. So in essence, proposal number 1, pay the additional one-time 1% stipend. Proposal number 2, buy enough view boards to make sure that there are these view boards in every classroom in the district. Unfortunately, I can't give you the exact amount that that's going to be on the view board one necessarily, but it would be one that will be between that $175,000 to $475,000 range is what I estimate it costing. So that we'll be spending upwards of $991,000. That's like at most is what I'm anticipating of this for those 2 proposals. What questions do you have with all of that?
Either or is what this is. Either option 1 or option 2.
No. The proposal is to do both of those things.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification. Yes,
Okay,
it's to do both of these because we have 2.4,
Right.
and this would be a good use of that, we feel.
Okay, and then go back to the all employees. We're talking certified, classified, admin, everybody.
Yes.
Okay.
It's essentially, and Superintendent and I talked about it, it's essentially the same that we were already planning to do, that 1% that was agreed upon in negotiations. This will now just be one that is done for those who are finishing out with us this year.
Yes, go ahead, Robin.
I'm sorry. Okay, just fund balance, just clarify again, this discretionary fund balance extra that came in that we didn't anticipate in M&O and fund, so it can be used for anything, right? I mean, that's how we set it up.
Correct, Fund 10,
Fund 10.
maintenance
Okay.
and operations.
You guys are so complicated. I got that bucket. I just want to make sure, yeah. So no strings attached, like it doesn't have to be.
Correct, it's not like we have to spend it on
Right.
capital. This is money
Right.
that can be spent on raises, it can be spent on that. It's just, where it's one-time funding, it's not wanting to get carried away and saying, we're just gonna add so much to the base, because that would be an ongoing commitment, and we don't know if we'll get these funds again in the future. Correct.
Keep going, Robin, you're fine.
Well, fourth question, this is really it. So timeline-wise, like, are you, like, is it something that you'd want to use for negotiations for the next year, or this has to be spent in fiscal year 24?
Great question. So the flexible allocation money is not something that we lose.
Okay.
It just, whatever of that remaining $2.4 million doesn't get spent this fiscal year gets added to our unrestricted, unassigned fund balance. And one of the things that we did discuss was, and we'll be presenting these a little bit later as we actually present the budgets and all of that, is baking into the future, future uses of these funds for other projects. These are ones that we just knew, for instance, if we're going to pay our employees next month, we just needed to get that one approved now. If we're going to move forward on these view boards in the next month, we needed that authorization now. And then what we're going to do is and I don't know, Todd and Dave, you can chime in on this, because I know this was discussed with the Finance Committee, is those are proposals that we felt comfortable with, and I think that the Finance Committee felt comfortable with saying, we would be all right with those proposals coming before the board and recommending that they be approved. And then other ones that we have, that we've been doing brainstorming with and developing, are ones that we will just be building into the budget for next year, and letting the remaining amounts largely roll into fund balance, so that we're not just spending to spend, but being wise with it.
I think mainly we felt like that, so we have 2.4. If we do the view boards and get them in every classroom and get that taken care of, and we give our employees the 1%, it leaves us about 1.4. We don't know all the numbers exactly right now left to stick in the fund balance, because there's always things that come up when we get ready to furnish a school or an ag building and stuff, and we have thumped the fund balance some, and so we felt like that was the best retrofit clear around. Todd, did I do that justice?
Yeah, I think so. I think I've always pushed, since I've been on the board, is that we try and eliminate a huge fund balance, and yet there is a point where we say, where should we be? And so when we looked at this, I think when we talked the employees first, then the negotiations that happened earlier, we were conservative based on whether this money was coming in or not. So to me, I think that's a win-win for us. I've always stated, if we perform as a school district above average, then our teachers should be receive some of the benefit of that. And so that's why I pushed myself as well as Dave to add that to it. And then when we look at the conversation on the view boards, there are some principals out there that have probably already have a view board in each of their classrooms. There's others that haven't. My understanding from what we've heard as a board, that enhances the teaching ability, which enhances the opportunity for students to learn, and that's a win-win for the student as well. So both of those, there were a lot of things on the list. And I think when we narrowed it down, these were two things that we felt would enhance student learning. And so we could be wrong. Maybe we're getting the wrong information, but as far as teachers, I've seen some of those view boards. I think it's incredible what the teachers can do with those if they will learn. And I think I asked about training and the use of those boards and the importance of doing so. Maybe the principals already have the answer to that yes, we are being trained and they are enhancing the student learning. But agree with both of those wholeheartedly. So.
And I just want to add, because one might ask, well, why stop, for instance, at the, at just this, and why not maybe make it a 2% because you could, right, for the employees, for instance. And one of the things that we've been looking at is there are some things coming down the pike that are a little concerning. For instance, we just learned from the county that there's going to be a very significant tax refund next year to one of the businesses that will significantly decrease our property tax revenues next year.
800,000, correct?
It's something to the tune of, and give or take. We'll get you more precise information as we learn more. And so with all of this, we've been trying to look at all of these things and be careful not to go crazy with all of this, because there are some of these things that we need to make sure that we're ready for, so that we can offset that major change. And so we're being careful with all of this. We want to be able to use this wisely, and for the things that will, Superintendent, you frequently use a phrase that's escaping me right now, but like have the most impact, right? Or it is essentially the idea.
Student impact, yes.
Yeah, and we feel like these are really great means right now to do that. So
The juice is worth a squeeze.
there you go. Yeah, one of the great phrases that.
So Superintendent, I'm not sure how much we want to mention as far as negotiations, and we weren't a part of that. That's not our job. Ours is to come up with. But the reality in those negotiations, we knew we had been told that we would have a reduction in this fund, and at that time we had to be conservative on it. And so at that point, some of the teachers may have taken that hit And so where we receive more than what we assumed, then we should give back. And so I think that was where we come up with that. Is
Yeah, President, can I?
Yes.
I want to make sure I address Robin's question. What she asked was, can we carry this over and then make it subject to negotiations in the future? The answer is yes, we could do that. But here's my feeling: we've already negotiated within this fiscal year, and we're talking about money this fiscal year, and I think it just shows a good faith effort on the board's part and on our part that we took a conservative approach. We ended up better off than what we thought. Let's just give it to them in this fiscal year, and then we'll provide as accurate of information as we can going into next fiscal year, which will be subject to the negotiations that we're currently involved in. So to me, this makes sense in the light of trying to be as transparent as we can be with our associations and acting in good faith.
So one more comment, President. We always look at percentages. Is percentages is that really the most fair method? Is it a set amount that we give? Is it a percentage? Some receive more than others. There's always those opportunities, but I think when you look at wage and percentage is probably the method at this point. It's not a bonus. It's just strictly a.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, it's not a bonus. It's not a gift. This is like I said. It's the product of a previous negotiation, and I think a percentage is probably the most fair way to distribute those funds in this context. That'd be my recommendation.
And also, I think, and I don't want to speak for Todd, so this is Dave. We've asked you guys to do tough things, and we've asked for big results. So hopefully our employees see it as you guys took the challenge and you're running with it, and we're willing to do what we can. And so we have it, and we have it now. It was talked about in the last negotiations. We didn't dare do it then, but it's there now, and we can, and so that's why we're willing to do that.
And can we just clarify stipend? So meaning it's not on the base. It's a one-time. It would be if we approve.
That's correct.
Okay. Just so then it's clear.
Yeah, that was actually, I'm glad you brought that up, because we talked about it at one point in time. Because these are one-time funds, it's not something that we want our employees to say, well, we're going to bank on this every year as being something we can expect, because we simply can't. Right. We're in this situation now. We'll, of course, watch that moving forward, to see what we can do to compensate our employees as best we possibly can. And yeah, this is the one time. Thank you.
I know that was 5 or 6 questions.
It doesn't matter. You held up 4 fingers last time. Did you get all your questions answered, Robin?
I think so. I have one about procedure, but I'll ask it.
Okay.
It's not relevant.
Board members, anything else? Board members, me and Todd have the opportunity to sit in there and see all these numbers. Everyone happy with this direction?
Yes.
Yeah, we had a lengthy meeting Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but it was well worth it. We had a lot of questions, and so Grant and the superintendent came in as well. We appreciate your guys' effort at explaining this to us and giving us the numbers to work with and allowing us to make a recommendation of sort from the finance committee as well. So, thank you.
Thank you, Grant. That was a ton of work, we know. And informational items, middle school science curriculum. Jaime?
I'm back. So, this one is informational. This will be the first time it'll be in front of the board. Followed a very similar, if not identical process, the high school adoption with their science. This adoption, you can see in your document, you can see the process that we used. Can everybody get there?
On the link, right?
Yeah, there should be a link. It says Middle School Science Curriculum and Adoption Plan. You can see our timeline that was used. It started back in April 21st, 2023, so it was a while back. And you can see what we've gone through to try to find a curriculum that is more guaranteed for our 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students with science. We do have one. We do have a curriculum for language arts. We do have a curriculum for math. This will be the final core curriculum for our middle school students. And it goes to TCI, it's the name of the company. There were some questions on the actual quote that came in. I talked to you, Robin, about this, and Grant, and actually we've been able to reduce that to its original reasonable price, not the 500 and change that they were asking for. So we've been able to narrow that down, which I believe is a reasonable accommodation. Other than that, as you look at the plan, do you have any questions about the science or the plan that we use to adopt?
I forgot to tell you all, I serve on the curriculum committee as well during committee reports. So I'm just super impressed. I sat on both of these. Great conversations. I loved the high school, and they asked hard questions. And I was just an observer. My role was just to observe the process. And the one thing, I think I mentioned this at the last meeting, just how important student success and students' confidence in being able to approach those state tests that they're required to do to test their knowledge and to have a measuring stick. I mean, it was like an emotional thing for me watching those talk about it, and then buying it. I mean, having everybody that's going to be teaching this have a chance to vet and look at, and it was an intense process. It was very time intensive. So thank you for having a board member get to have be a fly on the wall and watch. It was really, really impressive. I was blown away, really, to tell you the truth. The passion, it was great. So if you have any other questions about process.
Thanks, Robin, and we appreciate you doing that for us. The only question that I have, we had the price of the program, and then we currently have, and it tells us some in here that resources and that and kits will be provided, but Jaime, is the equipment that we currently have in the junior highs, the word just left me, the things that you look, is the equipment that we have, what's that? Microscope, thank you. Is that, or are we gonna need more money later to implement this program?
We don't believe so. So I met with Becca Jones today, and so the one thing that we'll look for is what do we currently have? We need to take inventory of the materials that we currently have, because if we just pack materials, first of all, it's going to be a storage issue, and two is we do have materials that really work for us now, and so the first year will be about inventory, and then years 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 will be to take what we already have and use what we already have as best we can. We want to buy new materials, but our old materials may be very functional. So it's a good question, but I can't answer that until we do an inventory.
Okay. Board members, other questions? We all good? Thanks, Jaime.
Okay, I'll have either myself or Becca will reach out to you again to make sure that you have access to the actual curriculum. On our website, it's been on our website, so you have access, the public has access to this curriculum, but I want to make sure that you have time to preview as well. So after tonight, in the next few days, and the next week, somebody will reach out to you to make sure you know how to access the curriculum, okay?
Okay, that'd be great, thank you.
members, just if you get a chance, click on the little blue link that shows the, the process and the timeline. One thing that's always impressed me about Jaime is just his level of planning and organization. It's just impressive that we have a process and then we follow it. So, Jaime, thank you.
Okay. If I'm not mistaken, that brings us to the end of our work session. So I'd entertain a motion to close the work session. Robin made a motion to close the work session,
I'll second it.
and Denise seconds it. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. The Impact Aid meeting will start promptly at 5:30.
The time is 5:15 p.m.
I was just gonna ask you, do you want us down there?
If you want to, or you can crane your neck.
Yes.
I'm turning it.
Welcome to the Uintah School Board Impact Aid meeting. Today is Wednesday, April 10th, 2024. The meeting is being held at Eagle View Elementary, 301 North, 5750 East, Roosevelt, Utah. Present at this meeting is President Dave Shivers, Vice President Tanya McKee, Robin McClellan, Todd Massey, Denise Maynard, Superintendent Dr. Rick Woodford, and myself, Grant Stoddard, the Business Administrator. The time is 5:30 p.m.
Welcome, everyone. We want to get started on our Impact Aid meeting. First, we're going to turn the time over to Emily Arnold from LaPointe Elementary, and then to Chris Jones from Eagle View.
Okay, you ready? Are we ready? At LaPointe Elementary, we're wolves. And every Wednesday, Wolf Pack Wednesday, as a team, a whole wolf pack of students, we repeat this school's mission, which includes these attributes: working hard, overcoming obstacles, loving learning, valuing yourself, encouraging others, and strengthening our community. We believe that together we're a wolf pack. We talk about that a lot. And that my pack has my back, and we have to take care of each other. So we tried to strengthen our little community and become a better wolf pack. We got the students all wolf pack shirts. They're hard to see, the logo on, the dark blue. But this is a picture of the entire LaPointe wolf pack that was there that day. They were very excited to get their shirts and wear them. We have some new members of our wolf pack. We have 3rd and 5th grade in CKLA learn about Native Americans. And so we have a new Ute tribe tutor mentor. Her name's Monica Ferguson. She's holding up the red dress over, and then this dress over here. She arranged to have Emmeline Root, who is the Ute tribe, what does she teach? Culture and language teacher at Uintah River High School, come and teach our students about the Ute tribe. She brought some dresses and some beadwork for the kids to see so they could actually touch it and talk to her about the Ute tribe. Another new member of our tribe this week came. This is Chris Waddell, and Amy Hammond arranged to have Chris Waddell come. Chris Waddell is a mono-skier. He was actually a skier in college, and he was in an accident and became paralyzed. And he talked about, he taught the kids, it's not what happens to you, it's what you do with what happens to you. And that we all have name tags that were given, that some people give to us, that sometimes we put on ourselves, and that we can make those name tags say whatever we want them to. And so he gave them all a name tag, and he put them, he said, write what you want your name tag to say on it, put it somewhere you can see, and do what it takes to reach those goals. It was very motivating. The kids enjoyed it. He's written a couple of books, and Jordan was given a name tag that had a star on it, and he has kids stand up, like if they have certain colors. And he said, if you have a star on your name tag, stand up. And Jordan stands up and he looks around like, oh, it's just me. And he was kind of scared. She's like, you want a book. So we took a picture with Jordan and our new wolf pack member. We also want to include our family members, the adults in our lives, as part of our wolf pack. So one of our family engagement nights, we did Cuddle Up with a Good Book. And I got some books with our Title I money. And then we had parents and kids come, and they chose some books, and they sat down and they read and enjoyed a snack, a donut and chocolate milk, and read books. And these, you can see some of our parents
reading their books to their kids. It was really fun. We have some, at the top corner, there's 2 first graders reading to each other, second graders reading to each other. It was a lot of fun to see the kids get excited about reading. Coming up, we have the Math Olympics, because math is important too. Right, Mr. Leba? So something else, like you guys just talked about the PBIS plans, and one of ours is wolf tags, and encouraging that positive stuff. Well, we also have kind of pushed recently to not just do behavior, but also academic achievements on there. And you can see some of them, thanks for being kind to everyone. 139 words per minute reading, wow. Showing courage to make mistakes and learn from them. All of those things help strengthen our community when kids see that these are positive things that they're doing in class, and they get rewarded for it. And they come down to the office, and I always say, what did you get a wolf tag for? And we celebrate together, so it's a lot of fun. Oh, that's it. So this is how La Pointe is trying to strengthen our wolf pack together. And remember, we learned that wolves howl to solidify their pack bonds. So we're all going to howl together and become part of the wolf pack, even if people think that wolves are... Anyway, here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Oh! Good job. You guys are amazing. Part of our wolf pack. Okay.
Does this change it, or do you change it?
Awesome, you're good.
Oh, so I do use this? Don't, so put it down. Okay, hands off. So the last time we visited was October. We have done 2 Impact Aid meetings. And so I wanted to show you a little bit of what we've done since the last time we met here at Eagle View. A lot of what you're going to see has to do with those, the positive behaviors plans that we just talked about. Things that we want kids to be excited about because they're in school. They can be recognized for doing good things. They can have fun and celebrate together. So you got it going. So right after, perfect. Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm used to walking around. So right after our Impact Aid meeting, we had our Veterans Day Assembly. We had veterans from the local VFWs come up and talk to the kids. They talked about what it meant to them to be a veteran and what the country meant to them and what their service meant to them. In addition, we had a lot of tribal veteran members, and they linked what that meant to their communities and how their ancestors have served. We had Red Spirit Drum Group come up and perform for us when we did that. Go ahead. And we also do, right after that, we had second trimester end, we do our attendance awards, so they get awards for attendance. We do one after third trimester for second. We'll do one at the end of the year too. And December was a really busy month. Our theme was service, and we had a lot going on. We did a hat and coat drive that the kids, we had more, in fact, we had so many, they were looking for a different place to give them to because it was more than the site they had chosen could almost use. We also do, as a part of our PBIS system, we do Eagle Feathers, which kids can earn throughout the year for good citizenship and for excellence in any capacity. And then they bring it to the office and they get to pick a number on the Eagle 100 chart, and we draw for prizes. But in December, we do something additional. We do what are called Santa Bucks. We have Santa's Workshop, and they can earn Santa Bucks for awards as well. And we get to do Santa's Workshop. We had Santa's elves come, read stories, have hot chocolate. We also had, you'll see, there's several classes that are singing. We had a singing contest for the first time this year. Each class came up, sung to the whole school through the PA, and so that was a lot of fun. Go ahead. And then as winter wore on,
we had our hot air balloon launch. Our science teacher for 6th through 8th grade, Shannon Cook, puts together a balloon launch, and she has her classes, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, create hot air balloons, and then her husband and her son come up and they launch those, and the kids come out and watch. It's quite amazing. They can really take off, and you see one on the top there. They get up there pretty high. We only had one go over the fence. So next slide. And then right after that, end of January, beginning of February, we had our reading Super Bowl. The way we do it is the kids get footballs for reading 20 minutes a day. So if they go home and have their parents sign off that they read 20 minutes a day, they can bring a football back. And then we count up an average, how many footballs per student, and the class with the most footballs wins the Super Bowl. We have first, second, and third place. We have a big bulletin board on the wall with football players running for each class. Each class has a cheer that they give. We have a kickoff. You'll see a couple pictures there of the cups and balloons. All of the new staff and new teachers have to do a rookie training camp. And so we have an auditorium, and all the new ones have to come up. We put them through rookie training camp to kick off the reading Super Bowl. Then we read for about 2 weeks, and at the end, we have a celebration, announce the winners. Everybody does their cheers, and then we have the teachers split into teams, and they actually play broom hockey, because for some reason they don't want to play tackle football. But the kids love it. They cheer like crazy. It's a great time, and it really gets the kids excited about reading. So lots of fun stuff going on. Kids are excited to be here, and I'm just seeing more smiles than ever, which lift my heart. But we've also been doing some really serious stuff. And in October, we showed you this top graph. What you're looking at is Acadience reading. This is for kindergarten through 5th grade. And so you're seeing the last 3 years. The top line is 2021, end of year. The next line, 21, 22, and then 22, 23, which was last year. And you see the kids who are below proficient in red and yellow on the left-hand side. And you see the kids who are proficient on the right-hand side in green and blue. And for the last 3 years, we've just been steadily moving upward in the number of kids that are proficient in reading. Last year, we hit 50% of our student population. And the interesting thing was, we have always had non-natives scoring higher than our native students. And last year, native students actually scored 55% proficient here at our school, which is about 78% of our school. And non-natives were slightly below that. As an overall, in the school, we had 50% proficient. Now, there's a lot of work to do. 50% ain't good enough. But that's higher than we've been in a while. And we're pretty excited about it. So it's always hard to do this one and not be able to show you where we got. Because we talk about October and where we want to be. But what I've done in this next graph is showed you the top graph in this bottom section. That's the middle of year last year. And the graph right at the very bottom line is middle of the year this year. So what you would hope is that if we're farther along in the middle of this year than we were last year, and last year we got further than we've ever been, sorry, I keep walking away from the microphone, then we're really excited about what's coming for our reading results. We're just starting to give the Acadience for K-5, and if you're interested, shoot me an email. I'll try to email you and let you know what it is by the end of the year. Or we'll have Ask Soup if you can go to our last data meeting. We hate those, but no, I'm just kidding, Soup. But we'll let you know because we're excited. Because last one, at Eagle View, the future's so bright you gotta wear shades. So, corny. Thank you guys.
thanks you guys for them reports. Chris, would you see that the board gets your results from your reading at the end, please? Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Turn your mic on, Superintendent.
Can you just see if there's anybody that signed up for patron input? I'm just curious. Okay, we don't have any. I'll check our board docs. I mean, our survey monkey. We don't have any online either present, so I think we can close this meeting.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
We have no public comments that have signed up, and we have none online. So we're going to move to item C, program participation, and Grant's going to take that one.
Thank you. So at this point, I've just got some informational items for the board, and I'm actually going to ask Jaime to come up and help me talk about some things that will be presented in just a minute. So the board has a memorandum that discusses kind of the reason for this discussion right now. Our policy requires that we annually assess our student enrollment data and determine the extent to which Native American students participate on an equal basis with non-Native American students in the district's education programs and activities. So Jaime helped me gather some data regarding kind of a sample of certain activities that we wanted to be able to discuss and look at. I think it's important to stress that this is not representative of all the district's programs and activities, because, I mean, a program and activity would be things like our reading programs, and the numbers are going to be very different from that. The reason we pulled this particular data is because we feel like these are some important numbers to keep a watch on, because they have an impact and they really influence student ability to succeed, especially at the secondary level. So we've got data regarding Native American student participation in our CTE programs, and then also some data for their participation in the athletics. And the numbers show that the participation rates are quite low. It's something that we're aware of, and we want to be able to discuss in the next minute to discuss kind of the steps that the district is taking and planning to take to address all of this. So, and Superintendent and Jaime, chime in if you want. I don't know, Jaime, before I dive into that, do you want to say anything about the data that is attached to the board docs?
These both is this what was attached?
Yep.
The one data set from the CT was so Scott Dowling helped pull the data for us, and what he pulled is and I'm not sure the name of the document that is sent out, but it was a CT document that was sent out so this is from last year. The sports data was pulled from Register My Athlete from this year. Okay, so that's where it's only as accurate as those forms are accurate, and Scott Dowling pulled that information for us. This includes all Native American students, not only U students. Okay, so any 506 form students are in this data.
So I guess before then I talk about our efforts. Board members, do you have any questions about the data?
I do.
Okay.
I'm just trying to understand the data. So if it says volleyball girls 1 out of 53, 2%, we're saying 1 out of 53 girls that play volleyball is Native American?
I think what that means, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jaime, is that the total number of students that could be, the total number of Native American students that could be participating in volleyball is 53, and out of those 53, we have one of them participating. Is that correct, Jaime, or
No, there are 53 student athletes that are involved. One of those student athletes is Native American.
Okay, so what percentage of our total population is Native American, so we can kind of see, because if it's not 1-to-1 ratio, it's hard to know what these numbers
At the
are.
high school, I'd be guessing it's probably in the 12%, maybe.
12%,
Maybe 10%.
Okay.
Around there. I don't have right off the top of my head, so don't quote me on that. So it's not half. It's not like it's 80% at Eagle View. I believe it's about 10% around there.
Okay.
We'll get back with you on that.
And so, I'm sorry, any other questions, board members, about the data shared?
Looks like we're good.
Okay. So then, with all of that, the district has been working, and I've just been grateful for the opportunity to be a part of that. Jaime invited me to sit in, and then superintendent has gone with us to these as well. But we've been working closely with the tribe education department, and then just recently, superintendent and I met with the, it's not a newly formed, but it's more of a newly reinstituted tribal education council. Is that accurate?
I think so. They call themselves a board, but it's probably a council.
Yeah, and we've been discussing on a regular basis ways that we can improve Native American participation in our programs and activities. And as I said, this is simply a sample of participation in programs and activities. I mean, we do have those students who attend our schools are participating in levels that are much greater than the CTE and the athletics data that we're seeing right here. But what we've been doing, sorry, I mean, were you gonna?
No, we're good.
What we've been doing is regularly meeting with these, the education department and then this council, and generating ideas on what we can be doing to increase them. And I know one of the discussion items has been to develop a 5-year improvement plan that I know Jaime has talked about spearheading with some of these groups, utilizing our counselors to provide more information to students and parents about various programs that exist, in particular the CTE programs that exist, and partnering with our tribal leaders to hold events that increase awareness and build relationships and trust. And I know that those are broad brush items, but it's something we're going to be refining in the coming months and years to hopefully see these numbers increase, because I know at at the state of the district, as Mindy presented on, those students who are participating in CTE programs and who complete CTE programs, the number who go on to graduate is tremendous. And so we want to be encouraging students in these athletics and CTE programs to participate in greater numbers. We don't have, Tanya, to your point, we don't have the specific comparison to show exactly like the ratios at this time, but this information does show that we have room for growth, and we are making steps to address that.
Can I ask another question? Have we ever considered asking if there would be, like, I guess I'm seeing, like, for example, animal and veterinary science looks like it has, well, maybe that's still not a high participation, it's just, to see if there's a program that's more appealing. Does that make sense? Like something that really is of interest? Because maybe some of these things, we all have our interests. We have the things that interest us the most. I would be curious to know if there's a program they wish that we had.
That I don't know if you looked like you may have had something to say, but I know that was something that was brought up at our last meeting with the council was to talk about, programs that are of interest, in particular, maybe it's language or culture, things that they can participate in more that appeals to their interests.
Yeah, and I think it'd be a great idea to ask, like, maybe do a better job, even when the kids are in middle school, to try to, through needs assessment, try to pin that down a little bit more. What is it that we can do to meet their needs, right? That's good.
Unless there are further questions, that's all I have at this point. It's as we've discussed in the past, these are requirements as part of our policy, but also our impact aid, and to make sure that we're communicating this information. This information did get out to the tribe to then be disseminated amongst members, and so we're making sure that we're complying with policy and federal regulations for impact aid.
Any further questions from the board? I'd entertain a motion to close our impact aid meeting then.
I'll make a motion to close the impact aid meeting.
I would second that motion.
Tanya made the motion, Todd seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. We'll start our business meeting at 6:15.
This has been the Uintah School Board Impact Aid meeting. Today is Wednesday, April 10th, 2024. The meeting was held at Eagleview Elementary, and present at the meeting was President Dave Shivers, Vice President Tanya McKee, Robin McClellan, Todd Massey, Denise Maynard, Superintendent Dr. Rick Woodford, and myself, Grant Soddard, Business Administrator. The meeting began at 5:30 p.m. and the time now is 5:57 p.m.
should be fine. Yeah.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Is that good? Is that off to the right a little bit? You still
Yeah,
good?
I think it's good.
Okay.
But yeah, I had to move it. Sorry, I wasn't even thinking. You
No,
have
you're
it
good.
centered on the tables, as long as I'm in line with the
As long as
tables,
you're in
I'll
line
put it-
close.
Okay. Welcome to the Uintah School Board business meeting. Today is Wednesday, April 10th, 2024. The meeting is being held at the Eagle View Elementary at 301 North, 5750 East, Roosevelt, Utah. Present at this meeting is President Dave Shivers, Vice President Tanya McKee, Robin McClellan, Todd Massey, Denise Maynard, Student Board Member Representative Kate Larson, Superintendent Dr. Rick Woodford, and myself, Grant Stoddard, the business administrator. The time is 6:15 p.m.
Thank you, Grant. We want to welcome everybody here. We appreciate you coming, and we're glad to be here at Eagle View tonight. They've welcomed us here, and we're thankful for their hospitality. Just by way of announcements, Robin wasn't with us in person last time. She was virtual. It's because she's a grandma, and this is her first grandchild, but I want you to know, I'm not going to tell you how old Robin is, but she's a late bloomer. She should have been a grandma a long, long time ago. She's not that young. On a more serious note, Robin has some other obligations tonight, and she serves on, Robin's a busy lady. She's always going, but sometime during this meeting tonight, Robin's going to disappear on us, and we want to excuse her and thank her for making it here as long as she could tonight. To start our meeting off, we're going to have a prayer by Susanna Russo and a pledge by Margaret Russo.
Our dear Heavenly Father, we would like to thank Thee that we have this opportunity to come and meet together and be able to celebrate the students that have worked hard at their schools. And we ask Thee to have Thy Spirit with us, and we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Would everyone please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for helping to get our meeting started. We're excited to have Kate Larson here. She couldn't join us last month because she was actively involved, and she can tell us, I can't remember, but we so appreciate her coming and being a part of our meetings. We'll turn the time over to her for a student report.
Awesome, thank you. I was playing lacrosse, so it's a new sport at our school. But for April, we have some fun things. This Saturday is our junior prom, which is super exciting. And then just before our spring break, we had our Mr. and Miss Uintah. Our Mr. Uintah was Cheshire, and then our Miss Uintah was Reagan Hall. Yesterday, our softball team won, and boys tennis went to a tournament over the weekend and won 2 games. Baseball beat Provo 16-7 the other day. And on track, Trayson Colmenares broke the javelin record at our school. And then Something Rotten, our school play, got nominated for Best Musical, and they compete for that on May 4th, as well as many other of the cast members who got nominations for stage. And then our Sterling Scholars also competed, and Cole Manwaring won the social sciences category. Annabelle Johnson was a runner-up for instrumental music. Emberly Kenzie was a runner-up for visual arts. I was a runner-up for world languages. Kaylee Russell was a runner-up for dance. And then on Friday, our ag building is having an open house. So, yeah.
Yay! Thank you, Kate. It's always nice to know what's going on. We're going to move into the celebrations, and I'm going to turn the time over to Superintendent Rick Woodford for that.
Thank you, President. This is always the very best part of the evening when we have board meetings. It's good to see students here. You know, we are so grateful for the effort students that you've put in that have caused you to be nominated as a Student of the Month. And parents, thank you for supporting your students, right? Without your support, they probably wouldn't be here, at least being recognized tonight. So we know, parents, what an important role you have as you work with your students. So with that, principals and teachers that are here to recognize students, and students, if you'll come line up along this wall right here, just in the order principals that you have, that would be great. I don't have a request for anyone to go first out of order, so we'll just start with Central Cove and work right on through the list.
I'm Erin Brown, and I'm the coordinator at Central Cove Preschool, and I am here to brag about Jack Buckner, who is our Student of the Month this month. Jack's teacher couldn't be here this evening. Okay, to me. But I'm going to read what his teacher, Miss Kelly, wrote about him. We are so excited to present Jack Buckner as the Central Cove Preschool Student of the Month. Jack is part of our Foundation's 3-year-old classes. He has made remarkable progress since beginning in January. Initially shy and reliant on his mother's presence, he now enters the classroom independently with a bright smile. This, I think, is a bit much, though, don't you? Jack excels in following routines, showcasing maturity and adaptability crucial for preschool. His willingness to share and engage in collaborative play with peers demonstrates his considerate and inclusive nature. Overall, his positive attitude, eagerness to learn, and growth makes him a great model for other students. We love having Jack at preschool. So Jack, good job. Yeah.
Good evening. It's delightful to be here to celebrate this young lady. I'm Sheldon Jackson. I'm a 4th grade teacher at Ashley Elementary, and this is Samantha Emmett, who is one of my most delightful students. Man, I could speak for a long time about Samantha, but as a person, Samantha should probably be about this tall, and as a student, because she is so outstanding. Samantha is always the first to get to work every day. She comes in and gets right on her bell work. She's the first to get at any assignment that we're doing. She's the first to volunteer. I can have Samantha work with anyone. She'll pair up and work well. She gets along with everyone. She's compassionate. She's a peacemaker. She's a superstar. And I will say this, I played basketball with her the other day, and she's a pretty darn good basketball player. And she took a block to the top of her head. Right, Samantha? She shook it right off. It was awesome. And I think she beat me. So I'm thrilled to celebrate Samantha. Thank you, Samantha. She's been consistently great all year long in every way. She's a giant. Thank you, Samantha.
progress at Davis Elementary. My name's Chris Labor, I'm principal there. We are celebrating tonight a kindergartner, and one of the very first things that Davis Dragons learn is that Davis Dragons are the best. Yes, they are. Davis Dragons are the best. Easton is such a good student who is always trying his best. He's willing to help others if they need it and befriends everyone. He is such a great example of how a Davis Dragon should be. I'm so proud of the progress he has made and can't wait to see what he accomplishes. That's a note from your teacher, Mrs. Atwood. This is Easton Mugford, the Student of the Month, Dragon of the Month for Davis Elementary.
Thank you, I am short. My name is Tammy Christensen, and I am the principal at Discovery Elementary. And our Student of the Month is a 4th grader from Mrs. Clifton's class who couldn't come here, and her name is Cadence Hall. I'm gonna let you hold that, my friend. All right, so her teacher, well, she has 2 teachers. Her other teacher is Mrs. Rich. So Candace Hall is an exceptionally hardworking and friendly student. She has a smile on her face daily. Her positive energy is contagious and adds so much to our classroom. She is always helping those around her, and at recess she shows kindness to everyone. She is a part of what makes us proud to be Discovery. And what proud to be? Discovery. Very good. That's our Student of the Month.
Good evening. I'm Chris Jones. I'm principal at Eagleview Elementary, and it's my pleasure tonight to introduce Sage Olson as Eagleview Student of the Month. And you know, I wasn't surprised because one of his teachers, Miss Denisenko, came to me before he was nominated, was so excited because he had the highest math score in her whole class. And she was so excited to show me. And then she nominated him as Student of the Month. So he's well deserving, and his teacher, Miss McDonald, is here to say some more words about him.
Sage is so much fun to have in the classroom. He memorized everybody's name and all of his classmates within his first week, I think, here. And he's just friendly, he's outgoing, and he has a thirst for learning that amazes me, especially for a kindergartner. He's just out there, and he's just like, all you have to do is just boost this little thing if he's struggling on something, and then you're just like, oh my gosh, he's got it already. So he's been amazing. He's been fun for me to work with, and I just love him, and we're so glad that he is our Student of the Month. And Sage? Can you shake their hand?
Come stand right here in front so they can see your face. I'm Emily Arnold, the principal at La Pointe Elementary, and our Student of the Month, our leader of the pack, is Liam Perry.
Hi everyone, I'm Becky Hancock, and I'm the special ed teacher at La Pointe Elementary, and I nominated Liam Perry for the Student of the Month for the month of April. Let's see, what can I say about Liam? He is always on time when he comes to his special ed classes. He sits at the table and he's so willing to work, and he completes all of his assignments on a daily basis. And he has just worked really hard this year. And all this hard work and dedication has really paid off because his math scores, we are seeing amazing growth in his reading and in his math scores. And not only is he a hard worker, he has a big heart. And he is just so kind to his classmates. And for all these reasons, this is why I chose him as Student of the Month at Fort La Pointe Elementary.
Okay, should we howl for him? Okay, you ready? We're going to howl for him because that's what wolves do. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Ow! Okay, and then you're going to shake your head.
I'm Denise Williams. I'm the principal at Mazer, and I'm so excited to introduce our Cub of the Month, Hadley Peterson. She is one of my favorite students. It's a little secret, don't tell the other kids. But she was nominated by Mrs. Tolbert, her second grade teacher. But I want to share just a few things about her first. Hadley is an extremely well-rounded student. So every once in a while, she'll bring her rock collection to school, and I'll get my rock collection out. We look through our rocks, and this last time she took a couple of mine to put in her tumbler to make them all shiny, and she made us these like little necklaces that can carry a rock because we love rocks. And she does lots of things outside of school like sewing and art stuff. She loves paper. She loves to make lists. We have a lot in common, so we like to hang out. And I even found out that she brands cows too, so that's really exciting. But I'm going to let Mrs. Tolbert share some of the things that happened in school and why she nominated her.
So at Mazer Elementary, we are the Mazer Cubs. Cubs stands for courteous, upbeat, and brave. And Hadley, I'm lucky enough to be her teacher because she is so courteous. I've had some students move into my classroom in the last little while that are new, and they feel a little alone and sad, but she hops up right, like they walk in the door, and she wants to sit right next to them, and they instantly have a friend with Hadley. And she's a delight to be around. She's upbeat because she is always positive, and I always feel really happy. She's very loving and loves to give me hugs, which I love to give back. And she's also brave. She works hard, and she doesn't give up. Even when some things have been tough, her reading has really been so great this year, and she's really a great student. I just love her in my class, and that's why I've nominated her.
Hi, I'm Deanna Martineau, the principal at Naples Elementary, and our student of the month is Alice Evans, but she could not be here tonight because she is on a competitive softball team and they had a very important practice tonight. So she is at her softball practice. But I want to just let you know that we nominated her as the front office staff because of what a great individual Alice is. And this is just some of the things that my secretaries and my counselor and myself really feel strongly about Alice. She's a very kind and thoughtful fifth grade student. She's in Miss Blackburn's class. She's kind to everyone. She has impressive strength, determination, and resilience. Alice is one of our student council representatives and is a great example to her peers and all who she interacts with. We are very proud of all that she's accomplished this year, and she is a very impressive young woman.
I'm Sharon Shipton. I'm the principal at Uintah Middle School. And this young man is Mr. Tyson Kyle Weaver. He is our UMS Student of the Month. And I'm sorry, our teacher, I gave her the wrong time. And so she is not able to be here, but I get to present, and I'm glad because I love this young man. Mrs. Gurr did send me some things that she wanted to make sure that was covered for Tyson. I think it's pretty cool that out of all the 7th graders in our school, they chose you. Our 7th grade team chose you. So this is what Mrs. Gurr had to say about Tyson. Tyson is an exemplary student. He exhibits all of the qualities at UMS that we strive to teach our students: hard work, accountability, witness, kindness, and safety. He works very hard on his academics, and he's constantly trying to gain a deeper understanding of all of the topics. Tyson also shows kindness and compassion to his peers and teachers. He's the first to offer help or to sit next to a lonely student. No matter where he is, Tyson always has the biggest smile on his face, which he does. I see it all the time in the halls. It brightens the days of those around him. She says, I'm proud and excited to announce Tyson Weaver as the UMS Student of the Month. And just one other thing, I was looking at Tyson's grades and attendance, and this young man has perfect attendance. Just amazing. So we're excited for Tyson to be our Student of the Month.
I am Aaron Olson, principal at Vernal Middle School, and it is my privilege to recognize Aurora Etchen as our Student of the Month. As I get to visit classrooms, I've seen Aurora several times, and every time that I see her, she always seems happy. She has a smile on her face, and she's excited to be in school and to be in class. I also want to share what her teachers have said. Aurora is an eager and attentive student, and she comes to school ready to learn. She works hard and always does her best. This year, she has overcome some big challenges while keeping a positive attitude and a smile on her face every day. She is always happy to see her classmates and to work with them, and shows a sincere care for their well-being. We are fortunate to have Aurora at VMS. She is a great example of what it means to have Mustang pride. Congratulations.
I am Mr. McKay, James McKay. I'm the German teacher at Herman High School, and I'm here representing the World Language Department, and honored to present to you the High School Student of the Month, Margaret Ruth Russo. Margaret is very dedicated, very hardworking. Her academics reflect that. She's also very devout. She cares a lot about her family, her religion, her community. She is very articulate when it comes to language. I've had the opportunity to get to know her a little better because of that. I've read and listened to her presentations, and she does really care a lot about her community and her family and her religion. She's also a very reliable student. Any teacher could rely on her, and I guarantee lots of teachers at the high school would be here to nominate her if they could. And I've relied on her a lot in the classroom. She may not always recognize it, however I do. And as a teacher, there's students that do come to the class that struggle or just don't understand or are not motivated. And I've paired her up with those students many times, and she's come through not only for me, but also for them. And it's made a huge difference for the classroom. So I'm very excited, very honored to present her today. She will be taking, or she has taken 3 years of German, and she will continue another year, and I look forward to that, her 4th year next year in German. So Margaret Ruth Russo.
Hi, I'm Josh Reynolds. Let me pull that off the podium there. I serve as the high school U1 teacher at AVEC, and I'm very pleased to present our Student of the Month Award to Charlicia Johnson. And before I get into that, I'd just like to thank the Johnson family. We appreciate you guys for being such strong supporters of our school. We love your kids. Thank you for entrusting us with them. Along with that, this girl's an absolute machine, and that's why I'm nominating her for Student of the Month. She's kicking butt on her credits. She's usually the first person to arrive at our school in the morning when she's due to come in and take an on-campus test. She just really defines what it means to be prepared and to be a successful person. The neat thing about Charlicia is that last year she actually received a Student of the Month award from our school as an 8th grader, and I'm very pleased to see how she's transitioned into high school. She will definitely graduate early, and we are just super proud of you, and we wish you the best.
Well, President, board members, that concludes our Students of the Month. Great group of students. Sure appreciate principals and teachers, staff. Thank you. Wonderful opportunity to recognize our students. So with that, I'll turn the time back to you, President.
Thanks, Superintendent. Appreciate everyone that has something to do with that, especially their families. Patron input. Have we received anything?
Not here, but I'm going to just do one quick.
We're checking online. We don't have any patron input that's signed up here at the meeting. So we're going to check online.
We do not have any online.
Seeing as that there is no patron input, we're going to move to number 2, business and action items. The first item of business is the consent calendar. Do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar, which includes the following items. Board meeting minutes from March 6, 2024 work session and the March 6, 2024 business meeting. Monthly board financial update, proposed flexible allocation expenditures, excluding item 2, contracts needing board approval, which will be considered after the closed session.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Tanya. Any further discussion, board members? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Item number B, personnel changes. Do we have a motion to approve the personnel changes?
I'll make a motion to approve the personnel changes.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Robin seconds the motion. Dr. Lease will come up and help us. Remember, board members, use numbers and not names for any questions you might have. Thanks, Dr. Lease.
You're welcome. Good evening. Tonight we're asking for your approval for 13 candidates to fill new hire positions. 4, which was a change after 2 o'clock today. So 4 current employees who have recently been assigned to new positions, and 17 candidates to fill extracurricular positions. I just want to point out a couple of things. In section A, 7,
Please note the source of funding notation there. Also, just as a reminder, when we have a new head coach, we release that entire coaching staff and we allow that new head coach to rehire. So that's why you see a lot of coaching hires there, particularly for football this time. So any questions for me after reviewing that? By the way, we have a couple on here that I got from recruiting fairs, so we're super excited. That means they come right to us certified and ready to go. Sorry, I cut you off, Tanya. What?
No, that's awesome. I wondered what fundraiser means by the 50% stipend.
So some of the coaches are paid out of their regular allocation for coaching, but then some of the coaches are paid a nominal stipend out of fundraiser monies.
Board members, do you have any questions for Dr. Lees? While they're looking for a minute, number 7, is that person from Roosevelt, or do you remember that, Dr. Lees?
Which 7A?
New hires.
7A is not. They're from out of the area.
So,
yes.
Number A2, was that individual, it seems like last month?
Yeah,
was also a new teacher?
Yes. In our district, yes.
So this isn't a change, it's just
So
an
just
addition.
adding on the night school.
Great.
Just adding on that additional position. You can see the FTE on that. Okay.
Any other questions, Todd?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Tanya, what about you? Any other questions?
I'm good.
We're good. Thank you, Dr.
Thank
Lees. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Policies for approval on first reading. This group of policies on first reading we can do all together or individually. I'd entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the 3 policies on first reading, 009.0250, the nutrition, physical wellness. Wait, that's the memo, sorry. Nutrition and Physical Wellness Policy 002.0710, Board Governance and District Committees, and then Policy 003.0915, Education Language Services.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Denise Maynard seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Policies for approval on second reading. I'd entertain a motion for it.
I'll make a motion to approve policy 002.0500, administrative regulations and procedures on the second reading.
We need to make a note on that, between the work session and now, we made some adjustments. So board members, if you'll click on that bottom file in Board Docs and look at section 3.0, you'll see in blue, we added some language and then we struck through some language. So, President, if I can just read that section.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Tell us again where to find it, Superintendent.
Regulations and procedures necessitate revision. Revisions can only be made by the board through the policy revision process. So that clarifies that some of the discussion that we had earlier.
I like that much better. Clarifies, for me, it clarifies it much better.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, you're the one that made it help, so thank you.
Thank you.
Robin, are you okay with the changes?
Great.
Todd?
Yep.
Yes.
Denise?
Yeah.
Did we have a second on our motion?
Yes. No?
Okay.
I made the notion, nobody seconded, yeah.
I'll second.
Do we have that in the minutes correct now? Motion, okay. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Approval of the Earth System curricular adoption.
And President, Jaime had to leave.
Okay.
So we're going to turn it over to Becca Jones, who's, is that right? Becca, are you coming up? Come on up, Becca.
Here to answer questions. Hopefully address any concerns that you might have.
We went through it in the last meeting, Rebecca, so the first thing I think we need to do is get a motion and a second, and then we can have further discussion if we need to. So I'd entertain a motion on item E, approval of Earth System curriculum adoption.
I move that we adopt the Earth Systems Earth Systems curriculum adoption as outlined.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Denise Maynard seconds. Any further questions? Jaime just got a lot better looking than he was in the last meeting, so lay it on him.
Can I just comment to
Yes.
Becca? I really appreciated you putting all those materials forward for the public, but also us, and your YouTube was great. I watched it several times, so good job on that. Appreciated all the work that went into that and vetting all of those curricula. Yeah.
So Becca, sorry.
Yes.
So Becca, I know when we look at science, we look at science in my day of science was theory until proven. Has that changed? Is science now fact until proven? Is it kind of like the law? You're proven innocent. You're innocent until proven guilty, or guilty until proven innocent?
If you look at the earth science, or it's actually the Earth and Space Science standards, the Utah Seed standards. It really is based.
the students are supposed to look at evidence and then make decisions based on evidence, and it's taught as theories in our class, or our classes. I'm excited about this curriculum because right now our teachers are pulling a lot of sources. I heard there was a lot of discussion about sunscreen in the earlier meeting and coral reefs, and our teachers are pulling resources from all over the place. And some of those resources haven't been vetted. And I did look it up because I'd never heard that before, and according to NOAA, that research is inconclusive. And that's the kind of discussion that we want to have with our students. I spent a lot of time in biology teaching about how sunscreen's a mutagen. I did a whole lesson on the importance of wearing sunscreen because of the damage that it causes to your DNA. And so we want our students to have access to information and evidence, and those are the kinds of things that they're going to have to, in their future, they need to be problem solvers. They need to be able to see information and see whether or not that, or determine whether or not that information is relevant to the problems they're trying to solve. And I really do love the science and engineering standards because it is about problem solving, and it is about being able to take that evidence and filter that evidence and have discussions about it.
So you feel it's taught as theory?
Oh, yes.
And allowed with discussion, yes. And so you're coaching most of these teachers, correct?
I'm coaching our provisional teachers. Right now, I do not coach the science teachers that are not provisional, but through the implementation, I will be coaching those teachers.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Sorry, Todd.
Nay.
One opposed. Tanya McKee opposed. Thank you, Rebecca. Do you want to comment on your...
I think I said most of what I wanted to say already. I do want to say I actually do appreciate all of the efforts that have been made to make a standard and a curriculum that's taught across the board, because like you said, it can get all over the place and then we don't even know what is coming in, and I really do appreciate all your efforts. I hope you know that. So
thank you, Tanya. Approval of the 24-25 district improvement plan.
I would make a motion that we approve the 2024-2025 district improvement plan as drafted.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Denise Maynard seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Approval of the PBIS plan. I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the PBIS plans for all district schools.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second. You go ahead.
Robin's got it.
You got it.
Todd Massey seconded it. Any further discussion? You okay, Robin?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you was wanting to ask me. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Item number H, approval of foreign exchange students. Should that be 8 foreign student change, or just like it's written?
Approval of 8 foreign exchange students, is what it
Up to 8.
Yeah, the motion has.
The motion has it, correct?
Okay, sorry, I'm running off of.
Yeah, because we're not guaranteed 8, right?
Okay, did someone make a motion? Sorry, Todd.
So I'll make a motion to approve the up to 8 foreign exchange students for enrollment in USD for the 2024-2025 school year.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Robin seconded that. Any further discussions? Mindy, did we make a motion wrong? Okay. All right. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Informational items, purchases over 50,000. Grant, we're going to turn the time over to you for that.
Okay, thank you, President. So as we discussed earlier, this is given by way of information. The several purchases, purchase orders were issued over the past month that are 4 items. They are 4 projects that the board preliminarily approved as part of the capital outlay approval in February. So, for instance, if you look at the memo, we've got purchase orders for replacement of carpet at Ashley Elementary and Uintah High School, HVAC upgrades for Discovery Elementary, and the UHS roof replacement. And the idea was we'll get started on these just as soon as we can to make sure we're on the calendars and get these all ready for next year.
Board members, do you have any questions for Grant on them items?
So, Grant, if I recall, the roof replacement was budgeted, correct? Was it a different amount?
So we had budget that had been approved this past year, but it was insufficient, and so we added the board approved for the additional to get it up to that 825 figure.
All right.
So we'll be rolling the figure from this fiscal year's budget to next year, and then with the approval of next year of those additional funds, it'll be a total of that 825.
Thanks for that clarification.
Yeah, that's a great question.
Any other questions, board members? Thank you, Grant. Calendaring items, Superintendent?
Yes, President, board members, if you'll open up the link on calendar items. Our principals are doing a great job of getting us information. Shauna, thank you too for working with them. Just as every month, there's a variety of different activities, community council meetings, those kinds of things that are coming up. And we would love for you to, if you're available and you can attend some of these, if they strike an interest with you, you're more than welcome to attend. We'd love to have you there. Of course, you'd run yourself ragged if you tried to go to all of them, right? So anyway, are there any questions that you have for the principals specific to any of these activities, board members?
Just, are there any that we should, is there anywhere we could help you, like by coming? Is there, or you could email if there's some that you think are particularly, would be great to have a board member. Just email us. I would love to know those dates if I can fit it in. Or I'm sure anybody on the board would do that.
What is keep testing? I was thinking somebody was celebrating keep testing and so.
Where is it? However, I really don't want to come to the earthquake drill. FYI. But any other, no, I'd come to anything.
I heard the high school's fire drill was really fun this week.
Oh,
they got to look at the eclipse, right?
Oh, good timing.
What time?
Did you say 7:45 a.m.? Okay. All right, thank you for that clarification.
Anything else on calendaring?
President, there's also a flyer for Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader?
I didn't dare ask about that.
That's April 11th, 6 o'clock p.m. in our boardroom, if any of you are interested in attending. And that's all I have, President.
Okay, thank you very much, Superintendent. Are we ready to have a motion to go into closed session? Board members, we have a need to go into closed session. If someone would make a motion for that, please.
I just want to make sure that we're stating the three reasons that the statute requires. So one is for the discussion of the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual, strategy to discuss pending or reasonably pending imminent litigation, and then to discuss the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property. If you need the instructions, I can make sure that those are there for you.
I would make a motion to go into closed session as grant listed.
And where?
Read that, would you, Todd? Or
No, you got it.
Sorry. Sorry, I need her light.
There you go, use it.
I move that the Uintah School District Board of Education enter into a closed session for the following discussion of character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual, strategy, or
The litigation one next, so skip the collective
I
bargaining.
was going to say, hold it. Strategies session to discuss pending or reasonable pending imminent litigation. And 5, strategy session to discuss the sale of real property.
Perfect.
we have a motion, do we have a second?
I'll second.
We need to roll call in. Robin, would you start us off, please?
McClellan, aye.
Massey, aye.
Maynard, aye.
McKee, aye.
Shivers, aye.
You mind if I dismiss our principals? Okay. Principals, you may be dismissed. It might still be light out there, I don't know. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, not all at once.
Have a good evening. Be careful. Drive safe.
Ready? All right. Returning back from closed session, it is 9:22 p.m.
I'm sorry, I need some help. You guys, I didn't ask. Now we need a motion, contracts needing board approval. Now that we've come out of closed session, Grant, we need a motion for that, correct?
Correct.
So, back on number 2,
The calendar.
Denise pulled it out of the consent calendar, and now we need a motion to vote on that.
I'll make a motion to approve the contracts needed. Is that just what it is?
Needing board approval? Is
Needing
that the
board
wording you
approval?
need, Grant?
Yes, I think that works. The contracts that were, that were presented for approval earlier in the work session that were on the consent calendar. I think the way you've got it.
Don't need to mention the real estate contract from,
It may not hurt, you could pull up the memo and just say the AVEC curriculum contracts, the Rocky Mountain Power contract, and just the way that they were presented.
Did you find that on board docs?
It'll be in the consent calendar.
I'm in the consent calendar. Okay. So contracts, so I'll make a motion to approve contracts needing board approval. The AVEC curriculum contract, Rocky Mountain Power Master Electric Service and Facility Improvement Agreement, and the real estate purchase contract.
we have a motion, do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Todd seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Do we need to mention that there's 4 board members here now and that Robin left the meeting for her other commitments? So four of us board members minus Robin voted on this. Are we finished, Superintendent?
I think so.
I'd entertain a motion to end our business meeting.
I would make a motion to end our business meeting.
I'll second it.
Todd made a motion, Denise seconded it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
This concludes the Uintah School Board business meeting. Today is April 10th, 2024. The meeting was held at Eagle View Elementary. Present at the meeting was President Dave Shivers, Vice President Tanya McKee, Robin McClellan for part of it, Todd Massey, Denise Maynard, Superintendent Dr. Rick Woodford, Student Board Member Representative Kate Larson, myself, Grant Sauter, the Business Administrator. The meeting began at 6:30 and it is 9:25 p.m.
See you, Todd.